Good morning. I'm audible, I'm visible. Yes, great. Good morning. Good morning. We'll wait 2-3 minutes and then we'll begin, as always. Yes, I'll be talking about answer writing, don't worry. First thing I'll discuss that only. Sanu, see, you would have to technically for 10, 15 minutes, 30 minutes maximum. Thereafter, new module starts itself. I'll talk about what we did in the last two classes generally, but as I said, you have to uh, just have to wait 15-20 minutes and then we'll into a discussion which is totally independent of that one. You can do that, Shruti, if you want to. Demand of the question matters. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hari Om, I see, understand one thing. If you go with NCRTs, there are only certain chapters which matter. But if I tell you, technically the whole NCRT becomes important. Both the 8th class and the 12th class. So you can't leave anything. But still, as I go forward, I will tell you, don't worry. Shruti, as I said, no issues. If this is your first lecture, the discussion we are having 20-25 minutes we'll have for what we did yesterday. Thereafter, it is independent of what we've done. Janvi, you can't take ready-made maps into the examination. So you have to learn how to make very standard rough maps in that regard. Okay. So what have we done in the past two classes, or rather till this point? We've discussed the concept of advent of Europeans, and over and above that, we also discussed Mughal decline in the first class. When we talked about Mughal decline, we discussed the different factors which came together to create the disintegration of the Mughals, and we'll be picking up from that today when we'll talk about the successor states and the rebel states. We know that it was the economic crisis which in turn created the Jagirdari crisis, which in turn then created the agrarian revolt, and there was the issue of weak successors, and generally the religious policy of Aurangzeb would not help in the larger context of what we call as the decline of Mughal Empire. Now, on the other hand, we shifted and pivoted towards the advent of Europeans. We've till this point discussed the Portuguese, how the Portuguese came to India. And just as a basic, very quick recap, the dates which mattered here or generally were that in 1488, Diaz came, in 1498, Vasco da Gama came, in 1500, Cabral will come, thereafter he will mess up the relationship. 1501, Vasco da Gama will again come. Thereafter, 1503, they will get their first factory in Cochin. Then 1505, they will get it in Kannanur. Thereafter, 1507 and 1509, their conflict with the ruler of Gujarat and the ruler of Egypt. And then in 1510, finally, they will get Goa. Thereafter, once they get Goa, their major headquarters was getting ready now. and the shift of headquarters is going to be in 1529, when the shift of capital will happen from Kochi to Goa. And in between also discussed multiple personalities. For example, we had the discussion with Almeida. Thereafter, we discussed the concept of Albuquerque. Then we moved to Cunha, and then was Souza and Francis Xavier. Then we moved to the Dutch. When we moved to the Dutch, we discussed the concept of how they were late to the scene. There was a 100-year gap between the Portuguese and the Dutch coming, but Portuguese colonialism was flawed. It was not based on the basic understanding of expansion, rather keval dotting the Arabian Sea itself. Dutch will come, and their first factory is going to be in Moslippatnam. And thereafter, the Dutch will start to expand, but their basic focus was not in India, but in the Indonesian sector. Thereafter, we moved to the most important discussion we had, and was or is generally relevant to our larger class and modern India itself, which is the English, wherein we discussed from the beginning how the English came through. We discussed how in 1600 the East India Company was formed, a joint stock company. Unlike any other company, it was a private company. Thereafter, we moved to 1608, how Hawkins wanted to meet Jahangir. Portuguese are going to block that. Thereafter, the 1613 and 1615 Farman of Jahangir, which allowed first Surat and then access to the other areas with regards to Agra. You have Agra, Broach, Ahmedabad, and the Moslippatnam sector with Bengal. Then the most important first Golden Farman, 1632, Golconda ruler will give. Then 1639, they will get Madras, Chandragiri concession. Then 1651, the most important concession, which is called the Shah Suja concession with Bengal. Then 1661, 1668, how they will get Bombay from the crown itself. And last but not the least, thereafter 1688-89, they will have the conflict with Aurangzeb, and it will end in 1690 with the pardoning of the British. And last but not the least, the Farooq Siyar Farman in 1770. This is what we've done yesterday, and generally we've discussed the three major powers. Today what is left is basically we will discuss the Danes and the French, and once we've done that, we will move on to the next important module. And for anybody who's for this is the first class, firstly welcome. We will discuss what is called regional kingdoms, and now we will start the concept of wars. So the whole discussion with regards to what we call as successor states and the concept of rebel state is also going to be discussed. That is the basic agenda for today. Today we should reach the Anglo-Carnatic Wars, or what is called the Carnatic Wars in that regard, Anglo-French Wars in India. So if we understand the basic agenda for today and we understand what is generally happening, first thing what I want to discuss with you is the question which I gave you yesterday, and how to approach it, or what is the structure of a standard answer in modern India or generally in UPSC. Can I do that? Can we discuss answer writing for maybe 5 minutes? Yes? Great. Okay. See, yesterday in the annotated PPT, which is what I taught, and the unannotated one, there's one slide on administration of the Portuguese. I've not left it. That is just for your reference. There's no relevance to your preparation, but for some of you, maybe you curious, I've given it to you. Don't have to learn that. Okay, now I gave you a question with regards to that, and the basic essence of the question was that the establishment of the British in India was based on series of concessions and farmans. That was the question, and it said comment. This was the question. Yes, the question was very simply total sessions for modern India are 21 plus 3, post independence 24. You have joined in the third session. Okay. Now how do you write an answer? How do you write an answer? See, first and foremost thing is you need to understand that there's a certain structure in which you work. You have to write introduction, you have to write the body, and you have to write the conclusion. Now, in this, obviously you don't write it in the examination. It is only in your mind. You have to structure the answer in introduction, body, conclusion. And whilst the introduction will always be in a paragraph form, and this is for history, I am telling you, thereafter body is going to be in point wise form, and conclusion again will be in paragraph form. What happens is, this way you will not waste words, and you will be much more precise and straightforward in how you go forward with regards to the answer writing for modern India, generally history. Because if you write the body in the paragraph form, what is going to happen is, it will become a little bit too much to manage with regards to words. Because here, UPSC, the biggest issue is not that you don't know, it's about how you condense it to 150 or 250 words. From anybody who's coming from engineering background or from science background, maybe 250 words look quite a lot to you right now, or 150 words look quite a lot to you right now. But these are extremely less words. 250 words is nothing. And even in writing any random thing, you will automatically reach 100 words. Now, how do you divide the division? Though nobody's counting, but what we expect is that this would be 20 to 50 words according to the question being 150 or 250. This has to be 100 words, and this has to again be 20 to 30 to 50 words. So it adds up to 150 or 250 generally, but nobody is counting each and every word. 1 to 10 words is not an issue. If you go over by 10 words, it's okay, but not 100 words, because it will evidently show in the examination that you've exceeded the word limit. As of right now, your main concern is not word limit. As of right now, your main concern is not even time, because you're starting your journey right now. What I want from you is that first you need to inculcate a habit to write an answer, because that is the first point which you need to know, which is to write an answer. Second is that when you're writing the answer, it should be coherent, the grammar should be correct, and all the points should be there. It could take you 2 hours, it can take you 1 hour, it can take you 15 minutes. Simple point is, handwriting should be very, very legible. Handwriting should be very legible. You're not writing for yourself, you're writing for the examiner, because a lot of students start to somehow transition from different scripts itself. They will start to write in English. In between, their handwriting will look like Hindi, and then start to look like Urdu, and then back to English. Don't do that. So your handwriting should be consistent. You are need to understand one thing. I'm giving you these tips. Nobody's talking about this. Have to inculcate it from the first day itself. Second thing is that, remember one thing, that the examiner will get 15,000 copies of the same question. So he is going through the paper. He is going through each and every paper, If your handwriting and your aesthetics, or the way you've written is not neat, too much cutting, it will just annoy the examiner generally. Half of it is actually aesthetics, half of it is actually the content, because everybody is going to write the same thing. It's about how do you present it. So if somebody says presentation does not matter, presentation matters. Presentation matters because it will give you, or at least not annoy the examiner when he's checking. Because if your handwriting is not legible, he doesn't care or she doesn't care. You need to remember this very, very clearly, that in a good handwriting, proper grammar, coherent answer is the first thing which I want. Because a lot of students, what they do is, when their speed starts to increase, they start to is, are, the, start to now go out. They will stop using the conjunctions, punctuation. They'll just start to write anything. See, because I've taught 6 years in Delhi University, and I've checked close to 2 to 3 lakh copies over these 6 years, because we used to check the papers of the students after examination. I know what you do, because, and you can see the transition itself, which is, it will start in a good handwriting, 2 3 color pen, then pencil also, and by the last question they are writing in one color only, scribbling, leaving whatever they can write. So I know that. So UPSC is not just about writing what you know, it's about writing it in the right sense. So I hope first the structure is clear in your mind. How do you approach the structure? Don't give subheadings in history questions. Straightforward paragraph, point wise paragraph. Are we clear regards to this? Then I'll tell you how to answer this question. Yes? Okay. Now, when we talk about the introduction, the purpose of the introduction is very straightforward. For anybody who is new in my class, from time to time, I'm going to ask you, does it make sense? Only when you tell me that it does, then we'll move forward. So I need your active participation in that. Okay. Don't use multiple colors. Nobody has the time. Use blue, but use blue throughout. You don't have the time to change the pen. Don't do that. See, in a practical sense, this question would be written in 7 to 9 minutes. Now you tell me, how do you change your pens within 7 to 9 minutes, writing 250 words? Not possible. It's not a school level examination. Don't use pen and pencil also. Learn a habit to underline in pen, because you will not have the time to change these things. Okay. You can write in different colors, but I don't think so you have the time to do it. Okay. Gel pen, dot pen, whatever pen you like. Certain people tend to say the holy grail of pens is pilot pen, this pen, that pen. Doesn't matter. The pen should be comfortable. I don't care which company you're using, but just don't save money on the pen itself, because then they go and buy that 2 rupee, 3 rupee one, which will write one answer and then you have to throw it away. So I'm not going to ask you to buy a 250 rupees pen, but a pen which is comfortable, which you can write. Okay. If you are starting as of right now and you are taking 2 hours, no issues. Everybody takes time initially and then the time starts to drop. Here, right now, it's not about the time. It's about precision. Once the precision is going to come, automatically time will reduce. And I'll tell you one thing very, very clearly. What is the story of with regards to answer writing? There is no magic potion. There is no pill or medicine I can give you to make you write. The only way you actually improve is practice. Practice, 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 and practice. The more you practice, the better you will become. It's like driving a car. Initially, it will take time, then it will become seamless, right? Okay. Now, what is the purpose of the introduction? What is the purpose of the body? And what is the purpose of the conclusion? See, as it says, introduction is about creating the context. It creates the context. On the other hand, body is what you have to give the main answer. This is the main points. And the conclusion is basically, in a way, you close the answer or you give way forward. But in history, way forward is nothing, because you are not predicting the future. Rather, it is always summarization. Way forward and all work in other subjects. In UPSC, in history, it becomes summarization. Now, if the question needs some map or diagram, do you make it? There's no question which needs a map and diagram. But if you first give the points, then make the diagram. Map itself, you can't be a stenographer and start to map India. Make a rough map if you want to. Understand one thing. You need to remove your school level, what we call as tendencies. It's a UPSC examination. It's not going to be about who makes the prettiest map. It's going to be who writes the right answer. It's about answering the question. You need to understand this. Okay. Kindly tell, history answer should be written in what tense? Obviously past tense. History happened. History is not happening. So tense is going to be, so you will not say that the British is ruling us. They ruled us. Okay. Now, introduction, body, conclusion. So context, main point, summarization. Now, how do you answer this question? And then I move on to the Danes and French and finish that section. For anybody who's new, this is a good discussion for you generally also. From the first day itself, you know what to do. See, how How to write point-wise in body? As you make a bullet and you write like this. Then you make a bullet, then you write like this. Make a bullet, write like this. Point-wise. See, for example, now listen to me. Obviously, I'm not writing the answer. Listen to me. What did the question say? It said, how did the establishment or the establishment of the British in India was based on a series of concessions and farmans? Comment. Now, in this type of question, what you do is that you give the introduction like this. Listen to me. That though the Portuguese and the Dutch were in the Indian subcontinent much earlier than the British, and the Portuguese had a golden opportunity to expand in India, it was rather the English who were able to find their roots in the Indian subcontinent through a series of concessions and farmans, which form the base of their establishment in India. I've used maximum 25 words. Now you will say the following farmans and concessions were important for the British to create their stronghold in India. First point, the 1613 and 1615 Farman of Jahangir allowed them to create the factory in Surat and thereafter into Agra, Broch, Mosli respectively. And these are important because this allowed the English to undercut the Portuguese. Then you are not going to just randomly give them in chronological order. Then you will say thereafter the 1632 Farman, which is called the Golden Farman, was the most important document which the British got because it allowed them to trade in the Golconda sector tax free and duty free without paying any taxes on in return of just paying 500 pagodas to the ruler. Full stop. However, the British misused this farman and increased the tonnage very quickly. Thereafter, in 1639, next point, they got the Chandagiri concession, which gave them Madras and their headquarter in the eastern coast. Thereafter, then 1651. Now, very simply, it looks like a very neat answer. In 1651, in, and you're writing what it is. The body part is not difficult for you because you already have that material with you. It's about the conclusion. It's about the conclusion. How do you conclude? Because there's a lot of things to write. It's rather a much harder task to condense it. So how many points? See, you're asking me very basic questions. Good. See, how many points to go into the body? Doesn't matter. 100 words you have to give, and everything which needs to be written needs to be written. So you start in 1613, so you have to take it till 1717. There's no way you can't do it. So you have to give everything within that given word itself. So very simply, very simply, here the problem is not that you don't have enough information. It's about how do you write down the information. Now, most of the students struggle in conclusion because summarization is difficult. So in the conclusion, just take a simple rule. Try to answer the question directly in the conclusion, which is, it says that the establishment of the British in India was based on series of farmans and concessions. The answer, basically in the conclusion, directly write that yes, or you will say through the survey done above or through the discussion done above, the British got a series of farmans and different concessions which allowed them to establish themselves in the Indian subcontinent, and that became the stepping stone to the what we call as colonialism. Simple point is, I have just restated the question in the conclusion, just agreeing or giving a positive assertion to it. So very simply, remember, there is no one answer. Everybody is going to write in a different way. But my basic point here is, can't miss the basic facts, can't give a bad handwriting, cannot exceed the word limit, and very simply practice one question in a week and there will be no issue. So are we clear with regards to introduction, body, conclusion? What is their purpose? How do you write it? Yes, start. As we go on, I'll give you more and more questions. It will help you generally. Yes, for anybody who's here for the first time, I hope everything is making sense. As I said, introduction is about telling them that the Portuguese and the Dutch were there previously, and now the British came late. However, they were able to find their feet quickly. Okay. In conclusion, should we write what we've learned from the past? No, you don't give them sermon. You don't teach the examiner what do we need to learn from this. Don't say that this teaches us that never give British any form of farmans and concessions. Don't do that. Be very precise. Answer the question. Please understand this point, because there's a very bad tendency, and then I move to the discussion we have to start today. There's a very bad tendency which you learn in college and in school, which is that you can ask me anything, I will always answer you what I know. कुछ भी पूछ लो, मैं लिखूंगा वही जो मैं जानता हूं. Simply, I will always write what I know rather than what the question is asking. And I know that that is a basic mentality, because when you don't know the answer, or generally students do this, you ask them about anything, they will only write what they know. Can't do that in UPSC. Beating about the bush and wasting words is not something which is going to take you far. See, don't overthink it. Put the car in the gear and take off your leg from the clutch. We'll see if there are jitters. First start. Don't fear this process. Just start. Done? Okay. Perfect. Can we write Portuguese Dutch did not get Farmans? Yeah, you can write that. Comparatively, you can talk about that in the conclusion. Okay. Now. Is it necessary to make timelines? No. Timelines is basically for your revision. You can't give the examiner a timeline and say, you figure it out. You always, all that is basically for your reference. A lot of students do this, that they make a flow chart and they give it as an answer. They're like, dekh lo jo dekhna. You see what is given in the examination, you figure it out what is written. Don't do that. So if they're asking you the farmans, don't make a timeline or make a box and write everything and let the examiner figure it out. What is the sequence? What is it? No. Coherence and answering the question is most important in the larger context of what you are doing. So you have to be very, very clear about how you structure it. Yes. Can we go to the Danes and French and finish the advent of Europeans? 15 minutes discussion maximum. Okay, great. So as we remember, there was a sequence in which the European powers came to India. You have the Portuguese, you have the Dutch, then you have the English. Now there are two powers which we've not talked about. The people coming from Denmark, the Danes, and the people coming from France, the French. Come on, be more vocal. Morning. Yes, that's more like it. Now, when we talk about the Danes, see, the Danish came to India quite late. Already the English and the Dutch were already more or less finding their feet, and the English had already taken 2-3 concessions. But the reason why we don't know about the Danes too much is that their orientation was totally different. Their purpose in India was trade, but more than that, it was Dutch are from Netherlands, Holland, and Danes are from Denmark. So their purpose was trade, but was actually about missionary activity, which is spreading the message of Jesus Christ, basically Christianity. So they were like that, we don't want to get involved in the internal politics. And that is why spreading Christianity was their basic message and basic purpose in India. And that is why initially they will find a little bit of success, and very soon they will abandon and sell all their different settlements to the English and leave India. So the Danes basically are like a filler between English and the French, and they had interesting areas which they controlled, from the Andaman and Nicobar Islands to the Hooghly sector. But their presence and generally their purpose in the Indian subcontinent was more or less missionary activities and trade. And that is why they had no real success in India. And as it is, the English would never let them actually have any success, because they were making sure that the other powers were getting undercut by the internal politics itself. So the English were very clear in what they wanted. So when we talk about the Danes, formed their East India Company and arrived in India in 1616. Further, very minor colonial power, will have their first post in Tranquebar. I'll show you where is Tranquebar. Then in Serempur, Calicut, and Nicobar Islands. At one time, they even brought the Swedish East India Company with them. But together, they were more or less trading in tea. They will lose their economic strategic importance, even Tranquebar, very soon, with the trade now getting controlled by the English. And in 1845, they will sell everything to the British and leave. Because their major concern was missionary work, their purpose in India was never fully ever going to get fulfilled. So their the first area which they concentrate on is Tranquebar. They had Serempur also at one point of time, Calicut at one point of time, the Nicobar Islands, mostly Patnam also. So as it says, settlement, factory, trading post, meaning settlement means that there were actually Danes living there, and that was basically in the Calcutta sector and in the Tranquebar sector along with Nicobar Islands, whilst other places they had small trading posts. And what the Danes will do is they'll sell all of these to the English and leave. So for you, what is the most important discussion you have right now is that the Danes' missionary activity were not a major power and were more or less a very small part of the advent of European story. Are we clear with regards to Danes? You can remember these basic points. Nobody is asking you a question, but still you need to basically know that there were the Danish before the French. Now come the French. See, the French, and when you will do world history with me, I will tell you, the French are not very smart people. Uh, very good in writing constitutions, but that is what they can actually do. They're not very good in implementing constitutions, and they're actually quite slow vis-a-vis the English. Very slow, in the sense that by the time they will realize that there is a trade which is happening in the Indian subcontinent, and more than that, they will start to make their own, what we call as East India Company, and send it. The British already had its tentacles of rule everywhere. So the French were the last to come, However, they were the ones who actually challenged the English, and very simply, though in the timeline of the rule, the French were the last, but the biggest resistance which will come from any place to the English is actually going to be the French, because the French will create what we call as basic roadblocks for the British to enter into the politics of India. And as I will tell you, very simply, there will be a major conflict between them in one of the states in India, which is called the Carnatic state. We'll talk about that, which is the Carnatic state. So, very simply, it is the French, that challenge the English, and second, they are the last to come. And there's also one major difference between the English and the French. The major difference between the English and the French is English East India Company. What is the nature of the English East India Company? Come on. Very good. It's a private trading body. It's a joint stock company. Joint stock company. But the French, on the other hand, nobody wanted to pay anything. Neither the government, neither the people, neither the private individuals. So the French East India Company was a governmental body, not even the monarchy and the bureaucracy of bureaucracy of the French actually pushed in money into this East India Company. That very simply, there is a major difference between these two. The French are a governmental company, the English are a private company. And this is going to be very pivotal in explaining how these two are going to fight in the the concept of kinetic wars. EICO means East India Company. Okay. Are we clear with regards to this basic difference? Because then I tell you the base, how they got Pondicherry from Sher Khan and all. Yes? Okay. Now let's talk about the French. The East India Company, or the Champagne des Indes Orientales, was found in 1664 by Louis XIV and his finance minister Colbert. 1664 means in what areas the English are already there? In what areas the English are already there? Let's try to understand it in the larger perspective. By the time they think about East India, they think about an East India Company, they are already there in Bengal, they're already there in the Chandragiri sector, they are on verge of getting Bombay, they already have access to Surat, Broch, Ahmedabad, the Gujarat sector is in their control. More than that, 1664 means Golconda is also the golden farman, and even the farman of Shah Suja had been given. So try to understand this, that when the French come to India, the English already had a major stronghold on both the east and the west coast. And this is going to be a major issue for the French in the larger context. Mahima, that was it was governmental. That basically, when the French actually wake up from their sleep, it was already too late. And more than that, nobody trusted the French company. That is why everything was governmentally funded. So it was created, financed, and controlled by the state, whilst the English company was more a private venture. Further, the problem was that here also the finance minister had to actually plead. He had to say that please give some money so that the East India Company can be created. Nobody really trusted the French or their company generally. So it was the Colbert asking for the king's aristocracy, his relatives, his different dignitaries, the basic people in the monarchy to give some money. And this meant that though they were attracted with vis-a-vis the trade which was happening in India, the point was that the French government was funding this company. And please hold on to this point, because it's going to be a very, very important difference when we'll talk about the kinetic wars. Because a governmental company and a private company are quite different in orientation. And why do people don't trust the company or created by the government? Because the French people know that the monarchy is corrupt. So they did not know if they were creating a company actually to send it to India, or they were just trying to get the money out of the people itself. So very simply, the monarchy connection, the fact that there is no public impulse, as it is, France was not that prosperous as England. The problem was people did not have money also. So very simple point is that the initial impulse itself is based on the French government pushing in money rather than the private sector. Now, their first factory is going to be in Surat in 1668. Thereafter, they went to Moslipatnam in 1669. Then they will get a very important port, which in 1674 they will take from the local ruler called Sher Khan, is Pondicherry. And once they will actually reach Pondicherry, they will only leave in 1962. So Goa and Pondicherry were the two foreign territories where the English were not there, but the French and the Portuguese were there, the last to leave in that regard. And the Pondicherry sector will be in between captured by the Dutch, but will be given back to the French after they will go for a treaty, and there will be a lot of cash which will be transferred. And their presence in Bengal will only come in 1673, when they will get access to Chandranagar, or what is called Chandranagar, which was a small settlement which they created in Bengal. Now, obviously, I'm not asking you to learn this whole sequence. Just remember, which was the first factory of the British? Which was the first factory of the British? Surat. So French and British have the same. Surat factory is the first factory. So the French also did the same as the British. Surat, Moslipatnam. There it was not, it was Surat, and thereafter they got access to Agra, Moslipatnam, and in a way Broch. So their pattern is the same. But whilst the English never got a area like Pondicherry till 1639, where they get Madras, they will very quickly get the Pondicherry sector as soon as they come to India. Very simply, just remember 1668, 1669, and that is it. Remember the first two and 1674. I will give you a small timeline to remember this. Don't worry about that. The simple point is I'm trying to map their existence. Now, how did they get Pondicherry? They got it from a person called Sher Khan Lodi, who was the governor of what is called the Vali Puram, which used to come under the Bijapur state itself. And a person called Francois Martin will go and negotiate it. He was director of the Moslipatnam factory. And very simply, as soon as the French will get Pondicherry, they will make this sector more or less French stronghold in India. Thereafter, they will go to Mahe, Karikal, Balasore, and Kasim Bazar also. And simply, why am I having this discussion with you? Because Pondicherry will remain a French settlement for a very long time. It will be the last reminiscence of the French in India. So from 1674 to 1962, the Pondicherry sector will be under the French. We'll talk about how in between it will go to the English also and will be given back. But the basic point is This is the only place where the French were actually able to survive for even after independence in a way. Now, getting settlements, Kasim Bazar again, Bengal. Getting settlements is one thing, but having an efficient, what we call as company, is a different thing. Now, in that context, the French monarchy realized that the East India Company which they created, though they were able to get different settlements, be it in 1668 or be it in 1669 or be it in 1674, these are the only three dates which you remember. This is Surat, this is Moslepatnam, this is Pondicherry. Surat, Moslepatnam and Pondicherry. The fact of the matter was the company was still not efficient. This company was still not efficient, and that is why the it in the 18th century, in 1720, they will reorganize the East India Company again and now call it the Perpetual Company of the Indies to strengthen its control. And whilst there will be multiple governors who will come to India, and they will also get a hold on Mauritius, the Reunion Islands, so their presence in the Indian Ocean is going to become bigger and bigger. The fact was that they were still not able to compete with the British the way they would like to. So from Mahe to Yanam to Karikal to Mauritius, their governors were very efficient. But the problem was that the French were not able to expand at the scale the English were able to so quickly. And that is all about timing. Now, what I want you to remember out of this discussion is that there are, from Francois Martin to Lenoir to Dumas to Dupleix to Count de Lally, what I want you to remember is this name, Dupleix. If you can remember Dupleix, whatever you want to call him, then our discussion with regards to the French is more or less complete. And my one actor which I'm going to use later is also known to you. If this is clear, we'll transition into the next module, and I will tell you why I had this discussion with you when I'll reach the kinetic sector. So I have given you a certain amount of facts. I'll bring everything together. I'll give you a summary of this module itself, and very simply, we'll bring both the Portuguese, the French, the English, and everything together into one basic timeline, and we'll move to the next module. Is this clear, everyone? Come on. Getting my point? Very good. See, very simply, I've given you three maps. From the concept of the Indian coastline getting dotted. These are all the different companies in one map itself. So from the Portuguese to Dutch to French to English to Danish, their basic area of operation was the same, which is that they all were finding their space in either the east coast or the west coast. The simple point of the matter is that the Indian subcontinent was the place to be. And when the Europeans come, they come in a certain sequence, and the English turned out to be the smartest out of all of them. Now, very simply, let's try to close this module or thematic itself. Let's try to close that. Okay. You have the Portuguese, first presence in Cochin. And the Portuguese, the problem was that they followed a blue waters policy. And very simply, they were obsessed with controlling the Arabian Sea. But the problem was that they never wanted to go territorially inside or expand their territory in India. And the simple point here is very, very straightforward, is that the Portuguese had a golden opportunity. Their presence started in 1498 itself, but they did not use it. They did not use it well, and they just gave it away to the Dutch as soon as they will come to the Indian Ocean world. Further, the Portuguese, you have to know certain facts, which are the governors, which is Almeida, Albuquerque, Cunha, and Souza. And you also have to concentrate on how they were able to find their feet vis-a-vis getting the Goa sector out of the Bijapur Sultans and the shifting of capital in 1529. So I hope that there is no issue in the Portuguese. Yes, everyone. No issues in Portuguese? Very good. Thereafter, the next power for us is the Dutch. The Dutch will not, there will be nobody who will come in 1500s. They will land in India in 1605, and very simply, they will very quickly start to dominate the trade and take away the advantage of the Portuguese out of this sector. For us, Dutch, the first Masulipatam, and their obsession was with Indonesia. And that is why they never concentrated on India. And that was one of the, what we say, mistakes which the Dutch did, because India was always and will always be much more prosperous than the Indonesian sector. But their obsession was to control the South China Sea rather than the Indian Ocean world. And when we talk about the Dutch, what do you concentrate on? You very simply concentrate on the concept of their presence, their major commitment to Indonesia, and the fact that how they actually led the Portuguese to become more and more weak in the Indian Ocean world once they come through. Because the Dutch never agreed to so Machilipatnam, Mauslipatnam, same thing. Machilipatnam is the new name, Mauslipatnam is the old name. The basic point is that the Dutch were never going to agree to blue waters policy. Dutch will destroy the stronghold of the Portuguese in this sector. Thereafter came the English. English first presence in 1608, and their first factory is Surat. Simple point is that the English were the smartest of all of them. The English could not go to the Indonesian sector. The English could not dominate the what we call as the South China Sea. As it is, when the English wanted to go to the South China Sea sector, there is something called the Eboyena massacre. The Eboyena massacre was basically between the Dutch and the English, in which the Dutch tortured English and Japanese merchants to death when they tried to go through the Straits of Malacca, challenging the Dutch power. And that is why the Dutch generally created a fear in the minds of the English not to touch Indonesia. And that is why the English will start to concentrate their basic strength in this sector. Now, the next will be Danes. Their presence is 1616, 1617. 1616 we'll say as 1616. And their first major trading post is going to be Tranquebar. They were obsessed with religion and they will sell off everything and go. Last but not the least, 1668, it is the French, and their first president is Surat. And now it will become in Anglo-French rivalry, or what we call as English versus the French. English versus the French. So this is the basic sequence of them coming to India. Now what you need to do is that you need to learn certain dates here also. So I am going to write all the dates which are, or what we call as years, which are important. And over a period of time, you can revise them, but don't have to worry with regards to knowing each one of these dates, I'll tell you which are the most important ones. I'll mark them in a box. So you have, for the Portuguese and the English are the two places where you need to know certain dates. Dutch don't matter to me, or don't matter to us generally. Danes as it is don't matter. And when we talk about the French, only two dates or three dates in that regard. We'll add the French to this. In Portuguese, the dates are 1498, 1488, 1500, 1501, 1503, 1505, 1507, 1509, 1510, and 1529. But out of this, 1498 is important, 1503, 1505 is important, 1510 is important, and 1529 is important. Why are they important? Vasco da Gama coming, Kochi factory, Cannanore factory, Goa, and shifting of the capital. Then in the English, we have 1608, 1615, rather not 1615, 1613, 1615, 1632, 1639, 1651, 1668, 1668, we can write 1661 also. 1661, 1668, 1690, then 1770. Here we'll talk, yes, Anglo-French rivalry is Carnatic Wars, we'll discuss that. Here, this is important, this is important, this is important. Here, technically, these are the important dates. 1613 first Farman, 1615 second Farman. Thereafter, you have 32 Golden Farman, Chandragiri concession, 1651 the Shah Shuja Farman, 1668 Bombay, 1617 Farrukhsiyar. Here it is 1668, 1669, 1674. And here all these three dates are important. Surat, thereafter Mauslipatnam, and then Pondicherry. So I hope you can remember them. I've multiple times done it in class. So I think you should have a basic memory of them as of right now. But if you revise this section, these are the dates you concentrate on. So can I close the concept of advent of Europeans? The French will be back. I will talk about the French, but for that I need to traverse the regional kingdoms first and then talk about Anglo-French rivalry. Yes? Can we move on to the next section? You're getting the point of the discussion? Perfect. Great. So I'll keep on doing this. We'll keep on revising. Same class, multiple revisions. Remember very clearly, I'll give you a very important disclaimer right now, and then we'll move to the next theme. But we are now officially entering module number 3. I have your permission to do that? Yes or no? Come on. A lot of you written yes. I want everybody's assertion. 1664 Jay is the formation of the East India Company of the French. Okay, great. Now, we enter our new module, which is called Regional Kingdoms and the Expansion of the British Rule in India, Part 1. Now, I'll tell you one thing very clearly, very clearly, very straightforward, that there are three themes. There are three themes which are extremely heavy in modern India. Three themes. One is expansion. The second is socio-religious reform. And the other is tribal and peasant movement. Together, these three are the heaviest of modules. Heaviest in the sense that they are called factual modules. Now, the saving grace of this is that they all come pre-1857, which means that UPSC's focus on this area is not that much. Other than social religious reform movement, it's not that much. we are entering expansion. So now there are three things you need to know as it is. Firstly, not every fact is important. Second, it will be a little bit heavy. But the most important concept is, do not judge modern India by these three modules. Because what students do is, they will sit with these three modules and say, modern India is not making sense to me. So here you would just have to take a little bit of the pain. But if you can sit through these three, thereafter there is no pain. It's all logical, it's all interesting, and it's very, very straightforward and actually very, very coherent in that way. These three modules are the ones which are a little bit problematic with facts. So I hope that these three modules we all will brace for the pain which is going to come through. That is why I'm already telling you now the module I start, the next two classes will be quite factual in that way, but I'll tell you what to do with that information also. Yes, you're getting my point? Everything will be given to you, but the purpose of that discussion is totally different. Expansion we start, but expansion means that there will be multiple names, multiple actors, multiple people, multiple dates, multiple wars and treaties. But the trick to learning that, I will also tell you how to learn wars, and thereafter I'll test it with you in class itself. There's a trick to learn wars. It's not about learning the dates. There's actually a catch in the sequence of wars itself. So if we all agree to this disclaimer, can I begin the discussion with regards to regional kingdoms? Yes? Okay, great. Perfect. Now, we talked about Mughal decline. Now, when the Mughal Empire starts to break up, it will break up into different parts or different political formations. And what we do is that we divide the consequent political formations out of the Mughal Empire into two different categories. One are called successor states, and the others are called rebel states. Now, how do we divide it? And what is this concept? Now, what do you mean by successor state? A successor state was previously a part of the Mughal Empire, and most probably the ruler of that area was also either an officer or a governor of the Mughal Empire itself. However, though previously part of the Mughal Empire, they gain autonomy due to weakening of the central Mughal authority. I'll give you an example for this. For example, Awadh, Bengal, you have the Carnatic sector, Hyderabad. These were previously part of the Mughal Empire, but they break up as soon as the Mughal Empire becomes weak. So, just to give you a graphical or map-based representation of this, these states, Awadh, Bengal, Hyderabad, Mysore, the Rajput states, the Carnatic sector, these are called successor states, meaning that they together used to be called the Mughal Empire. Now what happens is that they start to come out of the Mughal Empire, and therefore that in turn leads to the mighty Mughal Empire breaking up into its constituent units. So whatever I've marked in red are basically areas which previously were part of the Mughal Empire but became free as soon as the central Mughal authority became very, very weak. So it says successor because it succeeds the Mughal Empire, because it was part of the Mughal Empire and thereafter they become free. The Rajput sector will be called the successor because Rajputs were held together by the Mughal Empire vis-a-vis the Rajput policy of Akbar, which we'll discuss when we'll talk about medieval India. But yes, this whole Rajasthan sector, the Awadh, the Bengal sector, Hyderabad, Mysore, all these are called successor states. Now, what do you call then a rebel state? A rebel state is basically they were never part of Mughal rule and fought with the Mughals for their freedom and autonomy. And very simply, as soon as the Mughal authority becomes weak, they expand and carve out their own space. So example of this would be the Marathas, the Sikhs, the Jats, that they were actually never part of the Mughal Empire and they were constantly fighting with the Mughals for their own political space. If you want to say political space, they were fighting for their own political space. Now, I'm giving you basic examples. Rohilas are there. The three most obvious examples automatically become the three which were fighting constantly with the Mughals. So the Marathas will never accept Mughal authority. The Sikhs will never accept Mughal authority. The Jats will never accept Mughal authority. They will be constantly fighting with the Mughals for their political space. As soon as the Mughals become weak, they very quickly expand and capture as much area as possible because the central Mughal authority has now disintegrated. So let me bring these two concepts together, which is the concept of successor and the concept of rebel. What is the major difference between the two? Difference between the two? Very simply, a successor state is a state which was previously a part of Mughal Empire, never a part of Mughal Empire. The founders were Mughal governors and officers. The leaders were, or rather, the leaders challenged the Mughals since their inception. And third, they are the disintegrated elements of Mughal Empire, they capture and expand into Mughal areas once they become weak. Are we able to make sense of these two things, successor and rebel? That how are they different? That successor comes out of the Mughal Empire, whilst the Marathas, Jats, Rohilas and Sikhs never accepted Mughal Empire as their basic political overlord or anything. So be it the Jats, be it the Punjab sector, be it the Rohilla sector, be it the whole of the Maratha territory, the fact of the matter was whatever is marked in black never was and never would be a part of the Mughal Empire, and they very quickly expand and find their space as soon as the central Mughal authority is gone. So successor state, previously a part of Rohilla sector, is this previously a part of the Mughal Empire. Successor, rebel, which was not a part of the Mughal Empire but actually was fighting the Mughal Empire. Does this make sense? Because we have to discuss it. We have to discuss each one of them. So, very simply, successor, previously a part, autonomous after central authority gone. They were never a part of Mughal rule, never, fought for freedom and autonomy, and they will expand as soon as the Mughals will become weak. And this is the basic difference between the two. So we generally use rebel when someone was a part. No. Rebel means that they initially rebelled only. They never were accepting Mughal authority. That is the use of the word rebel here. Right? So very simply, very simple. Simple concept is that when we talk about regional kingdoms in 18th century, we divide them into two parts, which is successor and rebel. Successor is the one which very simply came out of Mughal areas, and they are the ones who carved out, or rather we'll say captured, Mughal areas to expand. So it's a very simple concept, very simple concept. Their founders are also different because founder was a Mughal governor. I will show it to you. Here, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj or anybody had already challenged the Mughal authority. They will be disintegrating element. They will be the ones who will capture the power, which is going to be disintegrating. Yes, rebel states in territory of Mughal when were never part. See, please understand this. If this was Mughal Empire, the successor states, Awadh, Bengal, the Carnatic, Mysore, these were within the Mughal Empire. The Marathas, Jats and Sikhs were never part of the Mughal Empire. Once the Mughal Empire will become weak, they will take Mughal territory. This is a major difference you need to understand. that in a jigsaw puzzle, if you want to add a Hyderabad, you add Hyderabad. The basic point is that if there was a jigsaw puzzle, the Awadh, Bengal, Carnatic, Mysore, Hyderabad sector is in a way part of that bigger piece. On the other hand, Maratha, Jats and Sikhs are the ones who capture those pieces. So very simply, the whole of Indian subcontinent was not one political power, but was multiple political powers which had come out of either taking Mughal territory or being a erstwhile Mughal area. Are you getting my point? That successor states were previously a part of the Mughal Empire, now became independent. However, Maratha, Jats and Sikhs were not part of the Mughal Empire, and they became autonomous and free and expanded and became big. You had Rohilas also here. Rohilas. I can give you another analogy. If this is not making sense, I can give you another analogy, and it's not difficult. It's a very simple concept. Successor and rebel. Can I give you the last analogy and then we'll move on? Is this making sense? Yes, it is. Now, think of it like this. Think of it like this. You have India today. Yes, India today. You have states, you have UTs. If India was the Mughal Empire, so successor states are nothing but the states which come out of India. They were previously part of India, but they actually now became free. So you have 29 different states which come out. Rebel states, think of it like, for example, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. They were never part of India, but they will expand into certain states once the central authority will become weak. I think there cannot be a simpler example of this. Some come out of India, some expand into India. Can we close this concept here? That very simply, successors were already a part of them. Rebel were the ones which are using the weakening of the authority to take away power. Yes? Okay. Perfect. So we understand the concept of successor state and rebel state. Perfect. Great. If you can use any analogy, you can use any country for that. There's just this concept that power is coming out and the concept of power being taken away. Okay. Now what is the purpose of this discussion? I will now discuss with you Bengal, Awadh, thereafter the Carnatic sector, Hyderabad. I'll discuss how they became independent and who were the people who made them independent. Out of this list, understand one thing. Out of this list, today we'll be discussing Awadh, Bengal, Hyderabad, Mysore, the Rajputana states, and Carnatic. We'll also discuss Rohilas and the Jats. Marathas and Punjab, these two, I will do with you tomorrow when I'll talk about the Anglo-Maratha War and the Anglo-Sikh Wars, wherein I'll have a proper discussion of the Peshwas, and then I will go into the discussion with how they actually were able to carve their own space. So I'm not going to give you two fragmented different concepts. I'll keep Marathas and Sikhs with the wars themselves so that you have the information in the same place. we will rather concentrate on the ones which I've ticked, so that we can just create a basic picture. Now, I asked you this question: what was the purpose of this discussion? The purpose of the discussion is very simple and straightforward. I am producing a movie. I am producing a movie, and that movie, the name is Expansion of British Raj in India. Big title, but works. So my movie is called The Expansion of British Raj in India. But I need actors. I need actors. Who will be the ruler of Bengal? Who will be the ruler of Awadh? Who will be fighting in Awadh? Who will be fighting in Bengal? Who will be fighting in Mysore? So the next discussion we have is basically our what is called screen testing. Or you can say that we are taking an interview of these actors, and in the end we will choose the actor. Meaning, when I say Sirajuddaulah, now who is Sirajuddaulah, where is he, and why is he important, is the purpose of this discussion. Who is Sujauddaulah? Who is Sadat Khan? Who is Dost Ali? Who is Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah? Who is whom? Very simply, I'm creating a certain context, a picture in front of you. And once this picture is complete, when I will say that Sirajuddaulah fought with Clive, at that moment, Sirajuddaulah, that word is going to make sense to you. This is the purpose of this discussion. There's no direct question they're going to ask you that tell us the genealogy or tell us the sequence of rulers in Bengal. But what I'm trying to do here is I'll be using certain names in wars in that regard. In the expansion of Bengal sector, in the Carnatic sector, in the Hyderabad sector, I'll be using names. And the basic point is I'm right now going to give you all the names, and I'm going to tell you who they are, so that any other discussion later, you are clear with regards to who they are or what is their role. Are you getting my point? The larger theme is called expansion of British Raj in India. But a smaller set of this is called regional kingdoms. Because who will the British fight? It is the regional kingdoms. So in order to tell you the story of Bengal, of Carnatic, of Marathas, of Sikh, of the Mysore sector, I need to introduce to you these actors. Are you getting my point? Is everybody understanding the purpose of the discussion here? Because always purpose is important. If you understand the purpose, then you will never get caught up in unnecessary detail. Yes, you are getting why we are doing this. Okay. So we started our discussion with one building block called Mughal decline. I added to that building block advent of Europeans. Now today and tomorrow is going to be about the next major building block, which is expansion of British Raj. The whole syllabus is actually quite logical. And step by step, I'm creating certain foundations for certain discussions. For example, once we are done with expansion, we will go to consolidation. Then from consolidation, we'll go into economic policy. Then from that, we will go into education policy. From education policy, we will go into social justice reform. And then we will top it up with 1857. And on that whole base, we will have the national movement. So any discussion we are having, I am very simply creating the foundation of the British in India. And we've talked about the Mughal decline. We've talked about advent of Europeans. So I hope first and second module is clear. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a break here. I'll give you a break here. You can consolidate what you've done, and then we'll move to the next sector. Are we clear? Yes. Very good. So first two modules, everybody understands. Everybody is understanding the purpose of what we are doing here. Great. So what? It is 7:26. We'll be back at 7:36, and we'll take our story forward. Please just be refreshed, because now I will start with first Bengal and how does Bengal become what it is. Great. Perfect. See, if I don't give you a break here, the next break then would be at most probably 8:15 or 8:30, because once a chain of thought is created, I don't want to break it. That is why I'm giving you a break here, because if I go into successor states, I will do all of them with you. That is why I don't want to break in between. Okay. So 7:36. Make it 37. I've taken 1 minute from you. I give it back to you. See you. Welcome back. Okay. Let's start our discussion with regards to the successor states. And our story starts in Bengal. We have to discuss Bengal. Yes? Great. Perfect. Now, see, before I start Bengal, I need to explain to you something, which is how does Mughal power in the provinces actually work? Because I'm going to use 2-3 terms repeatedly, so you need to know them. A province in the Mughal Empire is called a Suba. Is called a Suba. Think of it like a state today. And the person who manages the Suba is a person called Subedar. Written like this, Subadar also. Subadar is nothing but a governor. Is a governor. So the way you have a state today, state and governor, you have province and governor, which is Suba and Subedar. This is the highest position. After this, they directly report to the Sultan or the emperor. That would be Akbar, Shah Jahan, whatever. Now, under Suba, there are two types of positions. So, for example, if I'm a Subedar, there will be two types of officers which I will have. One is called a Nazim, not a Nizam, but a Nazim, and I will have what is called a Diwan. A Diwan. Basically, under a Subedar, there are two positions which are there. What we are discussing right now are two terms which I need to tell you before I start Bengal. So the first point is there is the Suba province and you have the Subedar. Subedar has two officers under him. One is called the Nazim, the other one is called the Diwan. What is the difference between the two? The difference is that Nazim and Diwan represent two wings of the government. Nazim is basically general administration, while Diwan is revenue administration. We have this division today also because when you will become an IAS officer, you could get two positions. You can become DM or you can become DC, district magistrate or district collector. If you are a district magistrate, you are technically a Nazim. If you are district collector, you are technically a Diwan. So district collector is related to the revenue department and the district magistrate is related to the general administration of that district. So basically, this is called division of power or separation of power. And why would something like this be done? Why would something like this be done? Wherein general administration is removed from revenue administration? What would be the logic for something like this? Come on. What is the basic logic of this? Better governance, ease of governance, economic crisis, convenience. No, see, it's technically to make sure that power is not concentrated in one hand, which is that if you have the same person who has general powers also, and has revenue powers also, he can become very quickly powerful, and he can actually usurp the power away from the Subedar or even the Sultan. So it's a division of power in order to check and balance the whole structure itself. So a Nazim is basically a general administration personality, and the Diwan is going to take care of revenue administration. Now, the Mughals always followed this basic strategy in order to make sure that the Subedar himself was not very powerful, and the Nazim and Diwan were also not very powerful separately. Together, this gave stability to the Mughal Empire. So now when I use the term Subedar, Diwan and Nazim, you will be able to tell me what it is, because that is the terms. These are terms which are going to recur now, because mostly the successor states, the founders were Subedars, or they were Diwans, or they were Nazims. Very good. Perfect. So we can now have our discussion with regards to Bengal. We are now starting our discussion of successor state, and we go to Bengal. Now, Bengal as a province was one of the most prosperous provinces of the Mughal Empire. It is believed that alone it could generate close to 1 crore dam. Dam is basically copper coin. So in rupee value, it would be close to 50 lakh to 60 lakh rupiah could be actually generated from Bengal. Bengal trade, the Bay of Bengal itself, being a major hub for Southeast Asian trade and China trade. So there's no doubt that Bengal is a very important sector. And there's also a peculiarity in Bengal politics, that in Bengal politics, bankers, traders, and landlords, or what we call as zamindars, play a very important role in power politics. Meaning that if you have the backing of bankers, if you have the backing of traders, if you have the backing of zamindars, you can more or less do anything in Bengal. And there's a personality here. The most important for us generally, his name is Murshid Quli Khan. Murshid Quli Khan was a very interesting personality because first he started as the Diwan. The banker would mean shethis and all, not proper banks. Bankers would be any from a money lender to any form of person who's ready to give money. So we will not call them money lenders. That will be too small, but they are proper bankers in that way. Now Murshid Quli Khan started as the Diwan. Then he actually became the Nazim also. But when we look towards Bengal, he was actually the Subedar. He was actually the Subedar. Now Murshid Quli Khan could see that the Mughal authority is becoming weaker and weaker, and he saw an opportunity in carving out his own independent state. And Bengal becomes one of the first successor states to be created, because Murshid Quli Khan was very quickly able to usurp power. And what he did was that whilst when he became a Diwan first, then a Nazim first, then a Subedar, he abolished the position of Diwan and Nazim and created the Subedar's position as the Nawab's position, because the word which is used for them is Nawab. These are called the Nawabs of Bengal. And basically the Nawab's position was nothing but all power concentrated in the Subedar. And Murshid Quli Khan had a lot of backing of the landlords, zamindars, the traders. He facilitated trade also generally. But he got support from or rather two very important personalities who are called the kingmakers of Bengal. Their names, unfortunately, people don't know, but were one of the reasons why the English were able to enter into India itself. Jagat Seth and Amir, or his name is Omi Chand. Jagat Seth is a banker. He's a banker. And Omi Chand or Amir Chand is actually a trader. It is believed that Jagat Seth paid a lot of money to the Nawabs and specifically Murshid Quli Khan and his family. And Amir Chand himself controlled 50 to 60% of the Indian trade which used to happen from the ports of Hooghly. And Murshid Quli Khan had a lot of support of these two personalities, and that allowed him to basically usurp power and create his own state. Now, for the purpose of the examination, just hold on to these two personalities, Jagat Seth and Omi Chand or Amit Chand, because you will see they will play a very decisive role in basically allowing the British to get access to India and in the Battle of Plassey. Now, Murshid Quli Khan will nominate after him his grandson Sarfaraz as the ruler, but Sarfaraz's father was not happy that he was basically not allowed to become the next Nawab. So, in a way, sidestepping Sarfaraz itself, Murshid Quli Khan will be succeeded by a person called Shah Shujauddin. Shah Shujauddin, or sometimes also called Shujauddin Muhammad Khan. Sometimes the Shah is written, sometimes the Shah is not written. So, Shujauddin Muhammad Khan or Shah Shujauddin Muhammad Khan, he was the one who sidestepped his own son to come to power. And Murshid Quli Khan and Shujauddin had a major tendency, which is that though they had become more or less independent and the Mughals actually had no real control over Bengal, this is not the same Shah Shuja. Shah Shuja is different, Shujauddin is different. So, very simply, Murshid Quli Khan was succeeded by a person called Shujauddin Muhammad Khan. And Shujauddin Muhammad Khan and Quli Khan had a tendency that though the Mughal authority had been totally taken away, both of them still paid an annual tribute or used to send some money to Delhi. So they technically used to do a drama in which they showed that, okay, we still are under the Mughals. So as to basically show certain type of loyalty to the Delhi sector or to Mughals itself. Now, Murshid Quli Khan was going to be succeeded by Sarfaraz, but Sarfaraz's father, Shujauddin Muhammad Khan, captured power. And now Shujauddin Muhammad Khan, when he's old, he says, okay, now you're my son, Sarfaraz, you can be the king. But what is going to happen is that Jagat Seth and Omi Chand, Amir Chand, these two very important personalities, did not want Sarfaraz to come to power because they believed that this family is not understanding how to be independent. So, based on the support of Jagat Seth and Omi Amir Chand, or what are called the Jagat Seth family, the next successor of Shujauddin Muhammad Khan is going to be not Sarfaraz. Rather, Sarfaraz will be killed by a person called Ali Vardi Khan. Will be killed by a person called Ali Vardi Khan, and he will become the ruler of, or the Nawab of Bengal. And the first thing which Ali Vardi Khan is going to do is that he will fully cut off the tie with Delhi and he will fully become independent. He'll fully become independent. And Ali Vardi Khan will now start to develop Bengal as a proper independent state with very good understanding of trade and commerce, and that would obviously make Jagat Seth and Omi and Amir Chand very, very happy. Now, please understand one thing. A lot of you are asking me this question. Listen to me. What is the relationship between rulers? Though I'm telling you, it doesn't really matter. Because if you will start to do that, if you like, who's the father, who's the mother, who's the son, you will make this area into a CSAT question, which is the person you see in the picture is the mother of the father of the son of that. Don't do that. I have everything written in the PPT, but the relationships, if matter, I will tell you. Just have to remember, Kuli Khan is succeeded by Sujauddin, is succeeded by Alivardi Khan. Don't try to complicate it by adding relationships. So, Sujauddin's son Sarfaraz should have come to power, but his father Sujauddin takes power, and his son is not able to succeed. Alivardi Khan kills him. But I don't want you to go into this father-son relationship, because it will actually become complicated. Because Alivardi Khan is not connected to Sujauddin Muhammad Khan. He was actually a small officer who Jagat Seth and Omi and Amichan chose. So please understand one thing. Why am I telling you about these two men? Because they call the shots. They are kingmakers. They are the ones who actually capture, who actually have the real power to appoint anybody. To appoint anybody. Now, Murshid Quli Khan is succeeded by Sujauddin Muhammad Khan, is succeeded by Alivardi Khan. My story is still not where it should be. Alivardi Khan will be succeeded in 1756 by a person called Siraj ud Dawla. And now my first actor is ready. My first actor is ready, and his name is Siraj ud Dawla. Sujad Dawla is Awadh. Is Siraj ud Dawla. Now, out of all this, the only thing you need to remember is Siraj ud Dawla was the Nawab of Bengal in 1756. Other than that, whatever I've written before it is just context. So can you remember that Sirajuddaula comes from Bengal? I told you I'm producing a movie, I need actors. And he's my first actor. Yes? So let's read this out of the PPT, second revision, and then we'll move to the next set. See, Murshid Quli Khan was the Diwan of Bengal under Aurangzeb and was made governor of Bengal under Farrukhsiyar. His appointment as Subedar of Bengal in 1717 strengthened his position by giving him for the first time the powers of both Nizam and Diwan. And he shifted the capital to a place called Murshidabad to usurp the main power out of the Mughal authority. Now, he abolished the offices of Nizam and Diwan and combined both offices in himself. He strengthened his position as the governor. Murshid Quli Khan nominated Sarfaraz as his successor. However, he will be removed by his own father, Sujauddin Muhammad Khan, and thereafter he will now start to develop the same systems which his in a way father was doing, which is Murshid Quli Khan, and they will pursue the same type of administration. Their power will be based on local authorities, local zamindars, bankers, and traders supporting them. And that is that loyalty which they will use to control their state. Control their state. Thereafter, in 1739, rather 3439, Alivardi Khan will come to power and who will kill Sarfaraz Khan, who was the legitimate successor of Sujauddin, and he will seize power. Alivardi Khan was very specifically backed by bankers and zamindars. When I say bankers, technically big money lenders, the Seths and all. It is in Alivardi's reign that there was a virtual break with the Mughals, and all major appointments were now made without any reference with the emperor, and the regular flow of revenue to Delhi was stopped. It is his successor, Sirajudaulah, who will become very, very important. Sirajudaulah was technically the grandson of Alivardi Khan, but that doesn't matter to me. But what is the most important concept is the person who is ruling Bengal, zamindars are landlords. When the British look towards Bengal, is Siraj ud Daulah. So, for the purpose of our examination and our discussion, can we just say Bengal is Siraj ud Daulah? And if you need to remember, it's very simple. Murshid Quli Khan, then Sujauddin, then Alivardi Khan, and then Siraj. Can we remember this much? Come on. You can remember this much? As I said, I'll keep on bouncing into these territories, telling you who is where, and then I'll go into wars. So, very clear that Bengal is ruled in 1756 by Siraj ud Daulah. I'll be back with Siraj ud Daulah when I'll talk about the conquest of Bengal in 1757 and 1765. And I need to now create another actor and move to another state called Hyderabad. Can I go to Hyderabad? Sujauddin is, please understand one thing. There are 3-4 names with Suja. Shah Suja, Sujauddin, Sujauddaulah. Sujauddaulah was the ruler of Awadh, which I will show you, who was the successor of Safdarjung. Sujauddin is the successor of Murshid Quli Khan. So please pay attention to this. Uddin Uddaulah. This matters. It matters. So now let's go to Hyderabad. Hyderabad, again, an interesting and important part of the Mughal Empire. Very culturally diverse, and generally because of the Bahmani kingdom, because of the previous dynasties, it had become a very beautiful city with multiple cultures. But when we say Hyderabad right now, we mean the northern part of Karnataka, parts of Tamil Nadu, parts of Andhra Pradesh, even parts of Telangana. It's a very big unit. It's a very, very big unit. If you look at it, it's a big unit and has a lot of different states today under it. So it's not just the Hyderabad city, it's the Hyderabad state. It's the Hyderabad state, or what we call as Hyderabad successor state of the Mughals. Now, here what is going to happen is there is going to be a person called Chin Kilich Khan. He was made the Subedar. You will see same pattern is going to be there. He was made the Subedar. Whilst he was Subedar, he started to realize that Mughal authority over Hyderabad was more or less not very powerful, And what happens is that when the Mughals nominate his successor as Subedar, he will kill his successor or the officer who came and said that now I am the Subedar. He will kill the Mughal nominated successor and capture power. And by capturing power, what he will do is he will remove all Mughal authority and all Mughal officers and appoint his own men in all the positions. And this is how he actually captured power away from the Mughals. First is that he himself became the Subedar. Once he was asked to remove that, you are now succeeded by a different person. He will fight that person, kill him, and then usurp power in him. And thereafter, he will remove all Mughal influence and appoint his own men. But what is more interesting about Chin Kilich Khan is that he didn't find his name very, very kingish. His name was Chin Kilich Khan. Does it instill fear? No, it doesn't. So what it does is that he changes his name as soon as he becomes emperor, or rather we will say when he becomes king, and he now names himself Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah. So basically, Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah is nothing but Chin Kilich Khan only. But because his name doesn't instill fear, doesn't look Nizamish, the concept is he introduces the concept of Nizam. Now, any ruler who is going to rule Hyderabad will take the title of Nizam. And he took it as Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah. Much bigger, not as not as dangerous as anyone else, but better than Chin Kilich Khan. I think we can agree to that by saying Chin Kilich Khan, Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah at least seems as a very high towering name in that regard. So his story is very simple. Killed his successor, usurped power, and the person who was ruling Hyderabad when the British start to expand is the person called Chin Kilich Khan or Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah. So Chin Kilich Khan was the first appointed as Subedar in 1713. But after the Mughals nominated his successor, he will win a victory over the rival Mughal appointee in 1724 and take effective control of this area. He will remove the Mughal officers and install his own men and assume the title of Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah and govern this area as an ruler. Independent ruler. So, so in this map, who is ruling Hyderabad? Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah. Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah. So, two of my actors have been casted. One called Sirajuddaulah, second called Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah. Anybody has any issue here? Come on. Hyderabad clear? No issues at all? There are two actors. I think you will remember their names. That Sirajuddaulah, Nizamul Mulk, Asaf Jah. Now let's go to Awadh. Let's shift to UP. Let's come to UP. Now Awadh basically is also not just Awadh. What is the issue, Sumit? It's the whole of this sector. So it technically means most of UP today. So though it is called Awadh, it is a very big area. It's a very big area. Okay, the issue is how to remember the names. Very good issue. The answer to that question is that you would have to revise them from time to time. I'll write all the names you need to remember in one slide. And once you get that slide, look at that slide from time to time. No, see, you can make an acronym, but there is a lot of things to actually make an acronym. These are people, if you're even conscious about, that's more than enough. Which is, if I say Sirajuddaulah, and if you're able to associate him with Bengal, if I say Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah, and you're able to associate him with Hyderabad, your work is done. That is what I want from you. I think you can do that, right? Okay. So you can just associate these things with the larger concept. Okay. See, Soumya, good question, that if this Subedar is killing the other Subedar, will not the Sultan interfere? The problem is the Mughals are not as powerful as they were. So they can't enforce anything. Once the successor is killed, or maybe the nominee is killed, they have no real control. Understand this, weak rulers have no real control. Now, Awadh. Awadh is interesting. Awadh is interesting. And the story of Awadh is that here again, there was an officer called Saadat Khan. His name is Saadat Khan. And Saadat Khan actually was, again, not fully Subedar, but he was given the power of the Nazim first. He will usurp the power away from the Diwan. And in a way, he will become more or less the Subedar, but was not fully nominated as Subedar. But what is more interesting is that Saadat Khan played an important role in defeating the Sayyid brothers. Where have we heard the name of the Sayyid brothers previously? Where have we heard the name of Sayyid brothers previously? Yes, very good. They were the kingmakers. Very good. Perfect. They were the kingmakers, and we saw their reference with regards to Baja, Jahandar Shah, and Farrukhsiyar. Very good. Perfect. So, very good memory. This is how we revise as we go on. Very, very encouraging that you remember their names. That the Sayyid brothers were the ones who appoint, or were technically the kingmakers, and had appointed Farrukhsiyar. Now, after Farrukhsiyar, there is a very small ruler called Rafiul Darjat, but not important to us. But actually, Muhammad Shah, and as we call him, Muhammad Shah Rangila, Muhammad Shah Rangila wanted to capture power. And basically, Saadat Khan will help Muhammad Shah Rangila to defeat the Sayyid brothers. And when Muhammad Shah Rangila will ascend, he will become the king, he will become the Mughal emperor. In return for his favor, he will not touch Awadh. So Muhammad Shah Rangila will say, you helped me, okay, so you go and live your life as an independent ruler. This is my payment for your assistance. That you want an independent Awadh, okay, you take an independent Awadh, you help me come to power. And though it's a dumb move, because he's basically taking away a major part of his empire and giving it to somebody, but defeating the Sayyid brothers was very, very important. So Saadat Khan has an interesting connection with the Mughal emperor itself, that Muhammad Shah Rangila actually took the help of Saadat Khan to defeat the Sayyid brothers. Saadat Khan will be then succeeded by a person called Safdarjung. If you live in Delhi, if you've ever been to Delhi, you would know there is the Safdarjung tomb, Safdarjung metro station, same Safdarjung. And Safdarjung actually wanted to copy the Taj Mahal. If you've been to the Safdarjung tomb, you will say he actually wanted to copy the Taj Mahal. And Safdarjung tomb is actually a very cheap copy of the Taj Mahal. Obviously, did not have the money or the power to make something like that. The basic point of the matter was that who was Muhammad Shah Rangila? A Mughal emperor, the successor of Farrukhsiyar. The fact was that Safdarjung never had the expertise also of making it. It's a cheap copy. There are actually two cheap copies of the Taj Mahal. Anybody knows? One is Safdarjung tomb. Other one is, yes, very good, Bibi ka Makabara, Aurangzeb. Aurangzeb wanted to make it for his wife. And again, that is also a very cheap copy. It looks like somebody whitewashed the Taj Mahal. Very, very cheap copy. When I'll teach you art and culture, we'll discuss these things. Taj Mahal, Bibi Ka Maqbara, Safdarjung Tomb. We'll discuss all these things. That how did he basically that the architect, the mathematics was wrong. The whole Bibi Ka Maqbara is a little bit teda hai. It's a little bit crooked. So the whole structure itself is crooked. And Aurangzeb's only attempt to emulate his father was actually a failure. So Safdarjung, again, not a very powerful ruler, but had control over parts of Delhi wherein the Safdarjung tomb was made itself. But for me, what is the most important part is I am now going to cast my second hero, and his name is Suja-ud-Dawla. Now, please pay attention. His name is Suja-ud-Dawla, not Suja-ud-Din. So, in the examination, pay attention to the word Suja-ud-Dawla and Suja-ud-Din. Now, why is he very important? Because he will be fighting in the Battle of Buxar. So, just remember that he is a ruler of the Awadh sector. He is a ruler of the Awadh sector. So, Saadat Khan was made the governor of Awadh in a way in 1722. And he was made that because he had helped overthrowing the Sayyid brothers. He was able to subdue the rebellion of local Rajas and was even given the title Baran ul Mulk from Muhammad Shah Rangila because he had helped defeat the Sayyid brothers. He consolidated his position by suppressing all the rebellions of local chiefs and zamindars itself. He will be then succeeded by his son-in-law, Safdarjung, and basically he will again have a basic revenue administration and simple administrative setup in Awadh. But the most important person for us, and why are we here, is because of his successor, which is Suja-ud-Dawla. Suja-ud-Dawla was the most important personality vis-a-vis, considered the second most powerful ruler to the Nawabs of Bengal, wherein he created an independent Suba or an independent state within the Mughal Empire. And Awadh emerged as an important sector in the larger context of these successor states. And as you will see, he will play a very significant role in our movie called The Conquest of Bengal. So you just have to remember his name generally. So till this point, what are the names you need to remember? See, I'm not going to write all the names. You just remember these for me. You have first name is Siraj ud Dawla, Bengal. Awadh Suja ud Dawla. And Nizam ul Mulk. You can't see this. Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Ja. Can you remember these three names? Don't have to complicate it. This is the only three names you need to remember. Yes, no issues. Because there are other rulers. I'm telling you their story. But for me, what is more important is that you just remember these three names. If you remember my three heroes, it will be easy to tell you the story itself. Perfect. So, Suja-ud-Dawla, Siraj-ud-Dawla, Nizamul Mulk, Asaf Ja, Bengal, Awadh, Hyderabad, done. Yes, they have now been cast into our movie, and very simply I will show you what they were doing. Now let's go to Mysore, one and two of the most interesting personalities in Indian history who actually recognized the real face of the British, but unfortunately never got a chance. So let's go to Mysore. See, Mysore Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan, yes. Mysore never technically was fully under the Mughals. So, though we added to the list of successor states, its relationship with the Mughal Empire was very brief, very brief. How do you learn these names? As I said, write them down 2-3 times, it will come to you. Siraj, Suja, Siraj, Suja, Siraj, Suja. Say it with me 2-3 times, automatically it will come to you. Udaula is same. Siraj and Suja. I'm telling you, this section is a little bit name heavy. After this, it's not like this. So, Mysore, as I said, very briefly was under Mughal rule, but we consider it as a part of the successor state. But what is more important is that when we turn our attention towards Mysore, how it actually became an independent state, we look at it vis-a-vis what are called the Vodeyar rulers. See, the Vodeyar rulers were the ones who were ruling this sector. They were related to the Vijayanagara state. Once the Vijayanagara state started to disintegrate and Mughal authority also became a little bit weak, the Vodeyar rulers actually captured power. But the Vodeyar rulers themselves were not very powerful. The Vodeyar rulers were not themselves very, very powerful. And the person who was ruling this area is called Chikkadevaraja Vodeyar. Chikkadevaraja Vodeyar. He basically was ruling, but he actually had no power. He actually had no power. Chikkadevaraja Vodeyar. He technically did not have himself any power. The real power actually resided in his prime minister, Nanjaraj. He was the one who actually was ruling on behalf of Vodeyar, and he was quite corrupt, quite brutal, considered a very, very rudish and sadistic king, or rather prime minister who made sure that the people used to suffer. Now, one of the generals of Chikkadevaraja Vodeyar or under PM Nanjaraj was Hyder Ali. And Hyder Ali could see that Nanjaraj was not ruling this whole sector in the right way, in a very, very autocratic way. So it happens. How can a prime minister become powerful than a king? When the king is only in name, it happens. So Mysore was very briefly under Mughal rule, then went under the Vodeyar rulers or the Vodeyar kings. And the Vodeyar kings, the king who is ruling when we pay attention towards Mysore is called Chikkadevaraja Vodeyar. Chikkadevaraja Vodeyar. His prime minister was more powerful, Nanjaraj, and he was autocratic. So one of his generals was actually Hyder Ali. And Hyder Ali will actually defeat Nanjaraj and take power away from Nanjaraj to establish the Mysore successor state under him. And Hyder Ali, therefore, is considered the founder of the Mysore state or the Mysore successor state. Now, very simply, the speciality of Hyder Ali and his successor Tipu Sultan, and we'll talk about how Tipu Sultan came to power, in what context he came to power, was that they were both very conscious of the power of the English and they understood the need for a modern army. Basically, no other ruler in India ever made an attempt to create their army into a proper European army. And Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan had a very good relationship with the French. So they will take a lot of help from the French to create one of the most, or one of the most, we will say, most modern armies and armories in this sector. And they will also give a lot of staunch resistance to the British. But when we talk about Anglo-Mysore, I'll tell you how they will be part of the larger politics of the Indian subcontinent. And if India did not had shown disunity, or Indian rulers had not shown disunity, maybe we would have been saved from British colonialism, because from the outset itself, Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan were very conscious of the fact that the British were too powerful and were becoming very quickly a major issue for the Indian subcontinent. So, are we clear with regards to why do we call these two men, Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan, important in the larger story of our colonial past, or what we call as nationalistic history? Yes, Anglo means English. So, very simply, originally a viceroyalty of the Vijayanagara Empire in 16th century, Mysore gradually became autonomous principality by the Vodaya dynasty. It was ruled by a centralized military power under Chikkadevaraja Vodayar. But the real power of this was not under Chikkadevaraja, but in 1761 it was under Nanjaraj. Nanjaraj was then defeated by Hyder Ali, who was one of the junior officers in the Mysore army, will later become a general and then capture power. And because Nanjaraj was generally very autocratic, people were also very happy that Hyder Ali had taken away power. And Hyder Ali and his son more or less became extremely important in the Mysorean history vis-a-vis the modernization and development of this area. They introduced new calendars, coinage, and scales and weights and measures. They were the ones who understood the threat of the English and actually tried to develop a modern navy and army. And very simply, the British very simply did fear Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan quite a lot. And when we'll talk about the Anglo-Mysore wars, we'll talk about this dynamics itself. So in this map which we've been discussing till this point, I hope that you can just remember two more names, which is Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. Can you see? I hope you're understanding the what I'm technically trying to do here. I'm trying to set the stage, because I can't teach you expansion of British Raj without teaching you who is where and what they are doing. So, are we clear with regards to the purpose of this discussion? This is only to add to the larger story of expansion. Expansion cannot be taught without discussing this basic story. Yes? Okay. Perfect. Great. Okay. How was it? As I said, Rashmi, see, how is it a part of the successor state? As I said, Mysore was briefly under Mughals. Then it went under the Vodaya dynasties. That is why we call it that. You're technically right. You're technically right. But we can't call it a rebel state because it didn't rebel against the Mughals at any point of time. Okay. Now, the last of our successor states is the Carnatic sector. Now, first I want to show you the Carnatic sector. The Carnatic sector is this small strip of land which would technically be the coastline from Tamil Nadu to Andhra Pradesh. This is Carnatic sector. This is the Carnatic sector. So very simply, the story of Carnatic sector is very simple. Carnatic sector actually used to come under Hyderabad. Used to actually come under Hyderabad. And what happens is that here, as soon as Hyderabad becomes independent, as soon as Hyderabad becomes independent, there is a person called Sadadullah Khan. Sadullah Khan. Sadadullah Khan. Sadadullah Khan. Sadadullah Khan. He will declare his independence from Hyderabad itself. So basically, the Carnatic state came out of Hyderabad. Came out of Hyderabad. He will first declare independence, and then his successor Dost Ali will further usurp power away from the Hyderabad sector and create his own area of influence. So Carnatic is the easiest of all of them. Benin, one of the subas of the Mughal Deccan, came under the Nizam. Deputy governor was Sadadullah Khan. He will become the Nawab of Carnatic, whereby making the office hereditary. When he will become the Nawab, he will then nominate his nephew Dost Ali as the successor without asking the Nizam, therefore forming or starting what is called the Nawayat dynasty, or what is called the Sadadullah dynasty. Simple point. In this map, just add one more thing, and now I'm going to consolidate this whole discussion. Here you have Dost Ali. So can I give you all the names on one slide before going to the rebel states? I can do that? Okay, great. Rajputs will discuss. Rajputs, I have to discuss only one ruler. That is it. You want me to remove this black line? Okay. Okay. Is this making sense? Just little bit more and this whole story is over. Travancore is on the other side. Travancore is this. Okay. Now, simply, Bengal. The person is what? Come on, tell me. Let's revise. Bengal person name. Siraj ud Dola. Awadh. Suja ud Dola. Hyderabad. Nizam ul Mulk Asafja. Carnatic. Dost Ali. And then Mysore. Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. So I think you have already learned the names here itself. This is not difficult. You don't have to complicate it. It's very simple. We've done it here itself. Straightforward. Now, when we talk about the Rajputs, we only have to discuss one important personality. Remembering years, Rashmi, is not important. Wherever years is going to be important, I will tell you. Don't get caught up into something which these doesn't matter. I will tell you the name years to remember. Nothing with regards to years matter here. Only names and their associations. That's it. That where do they come from? That's it. Now, when we talk about the Rajput states, there's one man we need to talk about who is technically the founder of Jaipur city itself, which is Raja Savai Jai Singh of Amber, or Raja Savai Jai Singh Amber. He is one of the most interesting personalities vis-a-vis the other Rajput states, because he is known to have established what are called observatories, which you have seen for sure in Delhi or in Jaipur, which is called Jantar Mantar. If you've seen Jantar Mantar, you would know that basically he was obsessed with astronomy and astrology, and therefore he established in multiple places these interesting buildings which use the sun and the moon's location to point out towards different aspects of the universe. These are called observatories. These are called observatories. Basically, they have a certain way of geometry and construction so as to give you insights into solar eclipse, lunar eclipse, and even constellations. So they are in a way very interesting what are called buildings, and if you look at them, it will turn out to be that they're very weird buildings, but everything which he made had a purpose. So he's a distinguished statesman, lawmaker, astronomer, reformer, and he is the one who is the modern founder of the Jaipur city itself. And he made Jaipur a city of science, of geometry, of knowledge related to science and arts. We know more about him, or we know about him via the Ujjain, Jaipur, Delhi, Varanasi, and Mathura observatories. If you do live, if you do live in any of these cities, I recommend that you go and check out Jantar Mantar. Very interesting buildings in that regard. And his obsession with this concept of mathematics and geometry was such that he even translated a a text and created a new text called the sets of tables when it comes to logs. So you would have done it, if you're engineers, you would know logarithm, log tables. He actually created in vernacular languages for people to use and generally understand. This is the level of commitment he had to this whole concept of astronomy and astrology. And he even translated a very old book on geometry called The Elements of Geometry of a person called Elucid into Sanskrit. And he also wrote a lot of texts related to trigonometry in Sanskrit. And there is also a very interesting text by Napier on the construction and use of logarithms, which he again translated to Sanskrit. So he is one of those persons who actually was very significant in making the Jantar Mantar, but more than that, astrology, astronomy, and adding to the literature related to it. One of the most interesting developments within his own area of Jaipur was that he also tried to reform the society by making a law that you cannot spend above a certain amount when it comes to a daughter's marriage. This was basically to discourage the process of dowry giving. So he was also conscious of the evils of the Indian society and tried to change it. So for our purpose, the Rajputs basically, technically, did not fight with the British. They rather became a part of the princely states which they had. So they don't have any role in our story generally. But with regards to the Rajputs, you can remember the name of Raja Savai Jai Singh Amber and his contribution generally. That is the only thing you need to know about Rajputs, because there's no Anglo-Rajput wars. Rather, by the time the British actually turned towards the Rajputs, 1857 had already happened. And we'll discuss that when we'll talk about it. So I think all successor states are totally clear in your mind. Then I'll talk about the Jats and the Rohilas. Are we clear with regards to this? For anybody who needs a breather, I'm giving you 1 minute to breathe, drink water, breathe. There is not a lot here. Just have to remember basic names. Hyder Ali, Tipu Sultan, Dost Ali, Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah, Sirajuddaula, and Sujauddaulah. You will see. Travancore will discuss Puja when we will discuss the second Anglo-Mysore war. So don't worry about that. Very simply, you will see what is the importance of this discussion when I will actually start to teach you expansion. Because if I go blind and start expansion, then I tell you the story of these states and then go into wars, it will become extremely difficult. So, Rajput states were part of the Mughal Empire via the concept of the Rajput policy of the Mughals. They will come out, but the British actually never controlled the Rajput territory directly. We'll discuss the concept of princely states when we will discuss it. Right? Who is Dost Ali? He is the successor of Sadadullah Khan, the ruler of Carnatic sector. You see, Bishwajit, technically you don't need to know their predecessors and fathers, because there's no direct question they're asking. So if you can remember the names which are on the slide, more or less enough. See, I have a very standard strict policy. No unnecessary facts. Because you already have to learn quite a lot in UPSC. More than that, generally, UPSC is not cleared by hard work. It is cleared by smart work. Hard work in the wrong direction will not take you anywhere. Smart work is remember what matters, use it to solve any questions. This is us being smart. Remember these 5 names, your work is done. Getting my point? I've given you a breather. Can I go into rebel states? What type of questions can come? There will be a match the following type of question, or there can be very simply a simple mains question. But mains question they don't ask because there are multiple dynasties. There are multiple dynasties in that regard. They rather go with very simplistic match the following or statement based questions. If you want, we can do a question here if you want. Not in the sense of just giving you a certain sense of what type of question can come. They can give you, see, very simply, they can give you a very simple question like this. They can give you match the following. So now please pay attention. Class timing, Sanu is still 9:30. Now listen to me. See, poll, if I will give, I will have to create the options. So just try to write the answer itself. Listen to me. Listen to me. Match the following, or rather, yeah, let's do this. Which pairs are correctly matched? And we can actually do this via poll. This can be done via poll. So I'll use the polling feature for the first time. So just 1 second. I'm making the question in front of you. So it will take me 1 minute. Which pairs are correctly matched? 1, 2, 3, 4. Tell me. Now I'm going to push a poll. 10 seconds. You need to tell me. Come on. Jasveer, Pranay, Monica, pay attention. Pay attention. See, the answer here is none. I know which one pair you are saying is actually correct. No, it isn't correct. This is why I gave you this question. Alivardi Khan is Mysore? Yes or no? No. Nanjaraj is Marathas? No, Nanjaraj is related to the Mysore sector. Now here you got confused. Sujauddaula is Awadh. Sujauddin is Bengal. So none of the pairs are correctly matched. Now you get it how a simple question just playing words can become difficult. Don't say, sir, I was not able to see Daula Deen. Daula Deen, very simply it is showing. It's not, the point is not that you got it correct or incorrect. This is called silly mistake. The first rule of UPSC, always read closely. Because if you will not read closely, in your excitement of knowing it, it becomes difficult to do very simple questions also. Now you get the whole purpose of this discussion. Can I move to the next? Jats and Rohilas? Two more, that's it. Okay, perfect. Now, when we talk about the Jats, see, the Jat community are agriculturalists and pastoralist agriculturists, meaning animal husbandry, agriculture near the areas related to Delhi, Agra, and Mathura, that whole area itself. And it's not that the Jats had a very good relationship with the Mughals throughout their existence. Since they became conscious of their political power, in 1669, it was the first time they actually rebelled. Then in 1686, they again rebelled against the Mughals. And therefore, from time to time, Jats created issues for the Mughals. And if you remember, when I talk about agrarian revolt, the first community to revolt as soon as Aurangzeb increased the tax was the Jats only. So very simply, they have a, a relationship which is based on conflict. That is why we call them rebel states. But the state of Jats was actually created by three very important personalities. First, the Jat state was created by a person called Churaman, then Badan Singh, these two very important leaders who were able to carve out a space by the turn of the century, by 1710, 1715, they were able to do that. But the highest point of Jat power was under Surajmal between 1756 to 1763 period. And therefore, three names you have to remember who ruled this area from the Ganga sector of Delhi, from the Ganga sector to the parts of Delhi and even parts of Agra and Chambal sector. So north of Delhi, this whole area in and around Delhi, they controlled. So Jats very simply here, I'll add it to the same slide so that it's easier for you. With regards to the Jats, what you remember, this is the Jat area. What you remember is basically Churaman, Surajmal, and Badan Singh. You can remember these three names? Remember these three names? Yes. Very good. Then the last but not the least, Rohilas. Again, two names are there, that's it. The Rohilas, or what are called the Bangash Pathans, were basically in a way rebellious because when Muhammad Khan Bangash, an Afghan adventurer, came to this sector of what is called Upper UP, Northern UP sector, the Farrukhabad sector, He actually fought with Farrukhsiyar and Muhammad Shah Rangila. And very simply, from the Aligarh to the Kanpur sector to this whole northern UP sector, the person who actually consolidated it was a person called Ali Muhammad Khan, who created what is called Rohilkhand or Rohilakand. And their first capital was Alon, uh, Olan in Bareilly, and then Rampur. Other than this, you don't have to remember anything else. Ali Muhammad Khan is the one who created Rohilkhand. Before him, you have Muhammad Khan Bangash. So I'll add again it to the same map and we consolidate this and move forward. So just to add it, Rohilas, you have Muhammad Khan Bangash and Ali Muhammad Khan. Now, can I write all of this in one slide and we finish this section? Because as you know, I will be discussing Marathas and Sikhs when we'll be discussing about Marathas and Sikhs in the section related to Anglo-Maratha and Anglo-Sikh. Now, before I do that, is this making sense? Because these are 2-3 modules which are extremely fact heavy. Don't judge it that this is all history what we do. No, it's just these very specific modules. It's much more interesting, much more conceptual than this. It's just that a little bit of names here and there we will sprinkle. Expansion, as I said, is an area in which names are there because there are stories. So that is why it becomes important. So till this point, everybody is following me, no issues at all. Now I'll just consolidate in one slide and then we'll move on to the Carnatic Wars. We can do that, right? Great. Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Now, Bengal, Awadh, Hyderabad, Mysore, Carnatic, Jats, Rohilas. Bengal, you have Hyderabad, you have Awadh, you have Hyder Ali, Carnatic, you have Madan Singh. Rajput, I'm not adding Atmakuri because not related to the expansion theory. And Rohilas, you have Ali Muhammad Khan. Ali Muhammad Khan. Can I do one more question with you? Can I practice one more question with you? The same type? Yes? Okay. And then we close this area. Let's see if you remember what we've done in the past 1 hour. And we'll do previous year questions tomorrow, so don't worry. I'll do previous year questions with you also. Tomorrow's Friday, we'll do 2 previous year questions. Today, I rather do these type of questions so that you can understand the concept better. Okay. Now, don't do the same mistake. If a UPSC aspirant does a mistake, that's natural. But if you do the same mistake 2 times, then it's problematic. Okay. Come on. I want everybody to now be more conscious. Now this is better. Very good. Pat on the back. 48%. You've not tried to do the same mistake. Very good. Sadat Khan, Carnatic. Sadat Khan is not Carnatic, he's Awadh. Sadadullah Khan is Carnatic. So I've just reversed these two. So these two are incorrect. Surajmal is not Rohila, but Alivardi Khan is Bengal. So you understand one pair? No issues? Surajmal is Jat, yes. So now can I move to the Carnatic wars? Great. Now, see, under expansion of British power, see, is this clear? I'm now entering a discussion we have for at least 2 to 3 days, maybe today half an hour, tomorrow whole, and some part of Monday also. So now for anybody who was there for the first time here, it was your first class, everything is making sense. Are you able to understand the pattern, how we are going about it? Basic story first, then detail, then summary. Is it making sense? Are we clear with regards to that? Yes, we are. Come on. Making sense? Yes, very good. Perfect. Now, when we talk about expansion, of British power, there are basically 3-4 standard things which you need to do. First is Carnatic, then is Bengal, then we'll do Marathas, and then we'll do Mysore, and last is going to be Sikhs. That is why I told you this journey is quite long. And again, new set of names in that regard, because Marathas have not even touched the names of the Peshwas. Balaji Vishwanath, Baji Rao, Balaji Baji Rao, then Madhav Rao, Raghunath Rao, Narayan Rao. There will be a certain amount of information which you need to consume in that regard. But I want to start with Carnatic. See, Sindh, Afghan, and all are optional level. This is general studies. General studies, this is what is enough. This is more than enough. Okay. Carnatic. Now, why is that Carnatic became an important, interesting zone? Because it became the zone of conflict between two European powers. Basically, Carnatic wars are nothing but called Anglo-French wars. So the French fought it out with the English in this sector, and the site of the conflict became the Carnatic sector. There are 3 wars here. There are 3 wars in Carnatic. There is 2 wars in Bengal, 3 wars in Marathas, 4 wars in Mysore, 2 wars in Sikh. So it's a long story in that regard. So there are 3 wars in Carnatic, and out of the 3 wars, 2 wars were directly linked to Europe. So Anglo-French rivalry is not anything new. The French and the English have a long history of conflict, which is called political rivalry in Europe. See, in Europe, this is the English United Kingdom and this is the French. Divided by the English Channel, this is the small English Channel which you see here. divided by the English Channel. These two powers were always locking horns. It was about political domination, it was about commercial domination, but somehow the French were sleeping too much, because by the time the English actually were having a lot of control, the French were more or less sleeping at that point of time, close to 50 years gap in that regard. But it's not that these two did never fought in Europe. They did. They had what is called the 100 Years War. They had what is called the 30 Years War. So these two powers used to fight it out for political domination in Europe. In Europe. But what is more interesting to us is that this this rivalry somehow traveled to India. Somehow traveled to India. And as I said, that there is first Carnatic, second Carnatic, third Carnatic war. Out of these three wars, first Carnatic and third Carnatic, the reasons are in Europe. Reasons are in Europe. It is only the second Carnatic war where the reasons are in Indian politics. So please pay attention to this point, that the first and the third Carnatic is directly related to something which was happening in Europe, and the second Carnatic war was actually related to Indian politics. English and French were allies in the First and Second World War. Yes, Amrit, when I'll teach you world history, I'll tell you one thing. There's a very important mantra that in world history, there are no permanent allies and permanent enemies. Remember that. So it's all about personal interest. We'll tell you that when I'll teach you world history. There is no concept of permanent allies and enemies. Everybody can come together. It's about interests. So we'll talk about that. But as of right now, they're enemies. Now, the first question which arises is, were they fighting previously? Yes, they were. Political rivalry was already there. Commercial rivalry and political rivalry becomes part of Indian subcontinent. They were trying to outcompete each other. And what helped them was the fact that they also have weak what we have are weak political units which could be dominated. But one of you asked a very interesting, very important question. Why the Tamil Nadu coast? Why the Tamil Nadu coast? So they have, I'm trying to find, yes, okay. Why the Tamil Nadu coast? This sector. Why this coast? And the reason to it is already on the map. Because Madras and Pondicherry both are there in the same Carnatic sector, and they are very close to each other. So naturally there was a chance for conflict and what we call as war. Tanu, get my point? That why is it Tamil Nadu coast? Because basically this was very, very obvious based on the location of Madras and Pondicherry. Because both are close to each other, Madras being the British and Pondicherry being the French, it was technically in a way inevitable that this conflict was going to happen. So these are two trade settlements where the British and French are close to each other. So the two questions was, or were that, are they fighting? Yes, they are. There's a long history for that itself. The 100 years was the 30 years war. And second question was, why the Tamil Nadu coast? That is because of the proximity of the settlements. Are we clear with regards to this? Then I go into the building up to the first Carnatic War. Yes? Perfect. Perfect. Now, in order to understand the first Carnatic War, now please pay attention. Huh? In order to understand the first Carnatic War, this is the context. You need to understand what was happening in Europe. So you have the French, you have the English, you have the Portuguese here, you have the Spanish here. Now this is a modern map, but previously there used to be a very big empire here. And it was called the Austrian Empire. It's called the Austrian Empire. This whole area together used to be actually one, and it was called the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Hungarian dynasty, Austrian area. So this is called the Austrian Empire. There used to be a small country here called Prussia. Prussia, now it does not exist because it's become part of Germany. It's called Prussia. And the area which you see here, rather I'll use a different color. This area used to be called as, it was called the Holy Roman Empire. There was nothing holy about it, and it was nothing Roman about it. But just because the Pope, who's the spiritual head of all Christians, had sanctioned or had allowed him to become the emperor, so he used to call himself Holy Roman Empire. And you already know, and we've already discussed it, in all of this area, you have the Ottomans. So very simply, this was the map which was happening, or which was there when we turn our attention in 14, rather not in 14, but in 1740s. In 1740, this was the map of Europe. Anybody has any issue here with regards to the map itself? No? I'll have a very long discussion with you about these things when I will do world history with you. But as of right now, this is the basic map of Europe. So when I'll say Prussia, when I'll say Austrian Empire, now it should make sense to you. So clear till this point? No issues? Okay. Now, How Germany became, how Italy became, that you leave for me in world history. So I'm not having that discussion here. Separate issue altogether. Now, what happens is that in 1740, in the Austrian Empire, in the Austrian Empire, in the Austrian Empire, the king dies. The king dies. Austro-Hungarian, Austria, same thing. The king dies. Now, when the king dies, there are two people who claimed the throne. There are two people who claim the throne. One is the daughter of the king, Maria Theresa, and the other one is a king called Charles II. It's called Charles II. So in Austria, now it's a battle between a woman and a man. And basically, Maria Theresa says that I can succeed my father. Charles II says that a woman cannot succeed a king. I will only succeed the king of Austria. And what happens is that there will be now proper sides which will develop in Europe. Britain will say, yes, Maria Theresa can be Maria Theresa. These are multiple Charleses are there. Don't worry about that. Separate Charles. Britain will say Maria Theresa can become king because Britain follows the concept of queens becoming the rulers of the nation. But France will say no, only Charles II can be the king. And therefore, there will be a major war of succession which will begin in Europe, and it is called the Austrian War of Succession. Austrian War of Succession between 1740 to 48. For 8 years, the whole European subcontinent will actually get divided into two parts. One, France, Prussia, Spain, Bavaria, Naples, Genoa, Sweden, versus Britain, Habsburg, Hanover, Dutch, along with Sardinia and Russia. They will side with Maria Theresa, they will side with Charles II. But the basic point of the matter is, does not matter who they are siding with. What is more significant is, are Britain and France on the same side or not? Are Britain and France on the same side? No. Now, this is the basic problem. The problem is, before you start to say Charles II, same, that is the written son of the king. Now, basically, Britain and France are on opposite sides. Now, if they are on opposite sides, this should not have become a problem in India, because they are technically fighting in Europe. The fighting and the war is happening in Europe, but it's happening here. But the way the world was, that Austrian War of Succession will spill over into India. So if you understand the context, then I want to tell you how the first Carnatic War happened, a very simple, straightforward war. Can I discuss First Carnatic War? Very good. Everybody is following me till this point. No issues. You can tell me to repeat. Austrian War of Succession, over who will come to rule or who will get the throne in Austria. So Madhu, tell me. Simple point is, who will come to power in Austria will divide the whole European continent into two camps, which in turn will lead to the division of the European subcontinent into two sides, which will fight for who will come to power in Austria. Maria Theresa side and the son of the Austrian king side. People will say no, women cannot become a ruler. People will, the one of the powers will say yes, they will become a ruler. Basic point of the matter is going to be they will fight over this. The Austrian War of Succession happens in Europe but spills over into India. I will tell you why. Because if there is hostility, there will be more than that. More than that. The simple point is a little bit of nationalistic feeling. See, if India is playing a cricket match in London, do we feel nationalistic in India? We watch the match. Same way, this fight is happening in Europe, but they also become emotional in India. So I will this only discuss First Carnatic War with you. I will not go forward from this. I'm just asking you to confirm two things. The Austrian War of Succession is a war of succession which happens in Austria, in which the European continent, subcontinent or continent, gets divided into two camps. Britain and France are on the opposite side, therefore supporting two opposite ends itself, and and this conflict will spill over into India. How, I will tell you now, but are we clear with regards to the context? If somebody asks you why did the First Carnatic War happen, will you be in a position to say yes, it happened because of the Austrian War of Succession? You are in the position to do that? Very, very good. Great, great. Now what happens? See, you have Madras and you have Pondicherry. Now duplex, and you have the Carnatic state. In the Carnatic state, Dost Ali had been succeeded by a person called Anwaruddin. He was the present ruler of the Carnatic state. So basically, this is the configuration that you have the Carnatic state, you have Madras and Pondicherry. At Pondicherry, you have the French governor Dupleix. Now, Dupleix sends a message to Madras that, see, our nations are fighting in Europe, but it makes no sense. And see, this is 1946. No, not 1946. It's 1746. Dupleix sends a message to the Madras counterpart, the Madras governor, that, see, our countries are fighting in Europe and it makes no sense that we fight here also. So I think it is a reasonable request which Dupleix makes, that let the conflict be in Europe, let us trade here and not show hostility to each other. Is this a sensible request from Dupleix to the English? The French make a very sensible suggestion to the English. Our countries may be fighting in Europe. Let's not fight here. Now, what will happen is, this is Madras, this is Pondicherry. Now the English are English. What the English will do is that they will, this is the first thing which happens, the English will seize French boats or ships in the Bay of Bengal, So therefore, who is the first aggressor here? Who is the first aggressor here? Who initiated the conflict? The English. Very good. So the English will seize French ships and boats in the Bay of Bengal, and now Dupleix will lose it. He will say, I told you not to fight here. So Dupleix will, the French will take a small naval contingent, and attack Madras. In what is called the Battle of St. Thom. Yes, very good. But I am not going to give you the battle name right now. Now, if I was the English, I should have retaliated. I should have fought. Naval contingent means small navy he takes and goes and hits the Madras sector. So if I was the English, I should have gone and taken, or rather responded through military action. I should have also taken military violence into my own hands, and I should have responded to the French. That is a natural reaction, that the army is coming and the French have captured the Madras sector. But the English are smart. The English, rather than fighting the French, go to Anwaruddin and say, you mighty Anwaruddin are sitting here and the French have taken Madras from us. Aapke hote ho. You, the mighty ruler of the Carnatic sector, you have not been able to protect me, the sad, innocent English. So rather than fighting themselves, English approach the Nawab of Carnatic, Anwaruddin, and say that injustice has happened. And what Anwaruddin does is that now Anwaruddin moves to Pondicherry, with small army, which will get defeated by the French. So rather than fighting themselves, they will actually make Anwaruddin fight the French. Are you understanding the cunningness of the English? The English, rather than fighting themselves, they make Anwaruddin fight. And Anwaruddin actually loses to the French. And this was the first time the French had actually won a war in India, and the English actually, in a way, were not able to get Anwaruddin to get them Madras back. However, this whole episode will end. This whole episode, why will the French win? Because the French have a better, efficient army. Anwaruddin is going with swords and spears. The French have guns. They will shoot from far away only. So the simple point is that English are the first aggressors, and this is exactly how it happens at home. You would have seen that your sibling will first hit you, but then when you will hit them back, they will go to your mother and father and say that you hit them first and try to get you to get scolded. This is the exact childish behavior which you can expect from the British. British first hit the French, but then the French hit back. So rather than hitting back, the the English go to the mother Anwaruddin and say that mujhko mara, that he is the one who hit me, and more than that, help me. I am helpless. I am helpless. Remember this analogy and you never forget the first Carnatic War. This is basically your sibling using British tactics. Your sibling is basically a Britisher. He's using standard British appeasement and what is called conspiracy tactics, which is be the first aggressor and then act like you didn't do anything only. So fortunately for the British, though in a way the British had got defeated in the First Carnatic War, the Austrian War of Succession will end in 1748 through what is called the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, which happens in Europe, in France. And under this treaty, the Madras is given back to the English, and because in the Austrian War of Succession, English side wins over French side, France has to return Madras. So though the French win in India, they get defeated in the European sector. And this is basically the First Carnatic War. Makes sense? I'll read it out from the PPT also. I'll see, that is why I've marked it according to the chronology itself. First, English sees ships in the Bay of Bengal. French will take a small contingent to Madras. Madras will then fall. So the English will go to Anwaruddin. Anwaruddin will then attack the French. French will defeat Anwaruddin. French have the upper hand. However, in the Austrian War of Succession, English will win over the French, and under the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, which is signed after it, the French have to, in compulsion, give back Madras because the French had lost the larger war itself. Getting my point? Did French kill Anwaruddin? No. Anwaruddin got defeated. What happens to Madras? French were still holding on to it. The English returned the ship to France. Why not? Sure. Did this sequence make sense? That is why I'm doing it on a map. It makes more graphical sense in that regard. Why did they return Madras? See, understand one thing. You and me fight, and your parents and my parents fight. You defeat me, but my parents defeat your parents. So who will prevail? Your parents or us? Parents. So the original conflict, which is the Austrian War of Succession, English win over the French, but in India, they get defeated by the French. Technically, the English did not fight only. So very simply, because the core issue, the English win, they get their Madras back. Right? Right? So see, very simply, the French did not want aggression to reach India. Duplex advised English to maintain neutrality. The English sieged some French ships at the Southeast Asian coast of India. Now what will happen is that a French navy from Mauritius arrives at Pondicherry under La Bourdonnais, and it will invade Fort St. George and capture it. The English appealed to the Nawab of Carnatic, Anwaruddin, and the Nawab asked the French to leave Madras, but then the latter neglected the advice. So at the Battle of St. Thom, the Nawab sent an army to fight the French on the banks of this river Adair at St. Thom. The French sent a small, efficient army under Captain Paradise. The Nawab's forces suffered a decisive defeat due to lack of technological development. This in turn will end with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Signatories were Britain, France, Dutch, Austria. The treaty focused on the European theatre. It brought the Austrian War of Succession to conclusion. Madras was handed back to the English, and the French foolishly got some territories in North America, but they had to. Don't have to remember Captain Paradise and all. The French got certain territories in North America, but they had to give up Madras in that way. So before I end the class today, I'll again revise with you, and tomorrow we will start with it itself. We'll start with the first Carnatic War. What is the first Carnatic War? Austrian War of Succession starts. British seize ships. The British move to the French take Madras. English move to Anwaruddin. Anwaruddin fights with the French. French defeat Anwaruddin. However, Austrian War of Succession stops. In turn leads to everybody coming back to where they were. Is this clear? Aix, La Chapelle. Done. If all of this is clear, thank you so much. I will see you tomorrow, same time. Tomorrow is going to be a little bit heavy class. We'll be discussing this Carnatic, then Bengal, then Maratha, and then Mysore. Done. Everything makes sense. No issues at all. Great. So I will see you tomorrow, same time. Just revise the PPTs. It should not be a problem. Thank you. Take care. And as I said, tomorrow we will also do previous year questions. So just go through the slides once more. Revise the names. It should not be a problem. Rangila did not become with the help of the Sayyid brothers. Rather, Sayyid brothers had brought in Farooq Siyar. So he had to remove their influence. What is the connection with North America? Gorley, basically, there was fighting, a little bit of fighting in the North American sector, which was also colonies, but there they exchanged what they had to exchange. What is patriarchal society? Where men dominate, it's patriarchal society. St. Thom is near the Madras sector. Pulkit will discuss about China when we'll talk about world history. You don't have to read any book, just go through the PPT. Yes? Great. See you. The SMEs are there for the next half an hour. They'll answer any of your questions if you have them. Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.